Hello, good morning. How are you guys today? I hope you are doing well. Happy Monday. Happy start of the week or into the week, depending on what time it is where you are. I am happy to be here today. I'm looking forward to getting some reading done, and I am sleepy. I think I have a little coffee left to finish. And I already have plans for a cup of black tea later on. So I hope you had a great weekend. I had a good weekend, and yeah, I am ready for the week. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but I had a sports filled weekend. There was wrestling, there was football. There was supposed to be more football, but then hubby wasn't feeling well. So we skipped the second round of football, sadly. But yeah, I've had a good weekend. I've gotten some good reading in, and I'm looking forward to reading today. I just started a new book yesterday, and I will show you what that is on the screen. I'm not going to keep it on the screen right now because it covers my face, and I have to like position myself oddly, like here. But I started Fame last night. I'm really interested and looking forward to getting deeper into this. So that's what I will be reading all day, in between taking 15-minute breaks to get some cleaning and other stuff done around the house. We just figured out yesterday when we're going to pick up my son from college to bring him home for the winter. And I have to move a couple of appointments around. It's the main thing I discovered. Oh, and then how do you like my cute hair bow? It's literally like one of those wrapping paper bows. I thought it was so cute. It's the little things in life, I tell you. I just love all the like gaudy, kind of shiny, sparkly, over the top, Christmassy, cute stuff. Accessories for Christmas. Good morning, Diana. You're going to start your day with reading The Fairy Queen. Oh, yeah, slowly working your way through. How far are you in? I know you've been working on it for a bit. Hello, Jay. Good morning to New Mexico. For you, you had a little snow. Okay, it's mostly gone. And you're going to start with catching up on some correspondence while you finish your tea. Sounds good. I love that you're saying correspondence. Sounds excellent. I hope you get through a good chunk of it today. And Amy, hello. How are you? You'll be reading from your Advent books and doing some journaling. Nice. You always have some good plans going. Also be reading 25 days until Christmas. Ooh, that sounds nice. Hello, Doug. Hello, Anne. I hope you are well, both of you. Oh, it's cold where you are? I feel like it's been cold here, so that's just like the state of being. In fact, we're supposed to be warming up to a balmy 45 over the next 2 days. I know. Lucky, aren't we? I mean, depending on where you are, we are lucky. Good morning, Hannah. Alternating between reading your Bible and watching YouTube. Enjoy. And it's on your list. I'll let you know what I think. I like literally read like a couple of opening pages, like 4 or 5 total last night, so I have no opinions yet. Hello, Arrow. How are you? I hope you are doing well. I don't have my list of names here, so if you've told me another name to call you, you'll have to remind me again because I really need to have one place that I put this list, but I just write it down on the closest list of paper and closest paper. Anyway, brain is not alive yet, so it's not. I haven't steeped my brain in coffee yet, so it's still. The gears are grinding slowly. Good morning, Britta. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you are doing well. You need to do dishes again. I know. It's because we keep eating, is what I've found. And we keep trying to put our food on plates. Like, we're supposed to be the more intelligent of some of the creatures, but I don't know about that. All the rest of them have figured out the plates aren't necessary. You'll do some reading first, not sure in what yet. Sounds good. Doug was asking Diana how she's liking the Fairy Queen. Hello, Alex. How are you? Denise, good morning. Making coffee, doing chores, and reading Broken Country. Broken Country. Who's that by, Denise? And why do I feel like that's part of a series? Is it? Questions. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I always throw everything on the tree. And the first couple of times, like my son was old enough to realize that's what I was doing. And then my niece was living with us at the time. They were like, "What are you doing? All these ornaments and stuff aren't going to fit on the tree." And I was like, "Oh, yes, they will." And I really want to get a bigger tree. Clearly, there's plenty of room in this area for a bigger tree, but that didn't happen this year. And they were like, "Oh, okay, well, then all our trees will finally fit." And I was like, "No, I'll need to get more trees. That's not enough ornaments for a bigger tree. Like, I don't know what they're talking about." Mine is like a tree with everything seasoning on it. Mhm. And Jay, Fane is on your shelf, but you need to finish the deluge before you start another chonker. That is totally fair because it is a chonker. Looking forward to your take on it. Friend highly recommended it. I've heard good things, so I'm hopeful. And I liked Fall on Your Knees by Anne Marie McDonald, though I read that like back in high school, but I do recall liking it. Good morning, Sushi. Libby had the audiobook for the husbands. Oh, nice. Let me know how you like it. It was interesting. It was definitely an interesting little book. Natalie, good morning. Had a weekend full of kids' events. Have your weekly pile of laundry. Ooh, thanks for that reminder because I need to start laundry. And you're finishing Snake Eater, hopefully, finally, and then get started on a Libby audiobook. Nice. Ooh, it's 16 degrees. Yeah, okay. It is warm and balmy here then. I mean, we're at a balmy 23. It's not even getting above freezing today. Yeah, I don't know that we are. I think we might be warming up to 30. Lisa, good morning. Going to be a messy day in North Carolina. Oh, the wintry mix, as they like to call it now. Don't know what you're doing today, Alex. Okay, still mostly asleep. Same, girl, same. Hoping to wake up over the first sprint so you can read Sky Daddy. You're on chapter 10. Oh, you're only 2 chapters behind me then. Because we did start reading Sky Daddy. And I have thoughts. I have thoughts. I feel like the marketing of the book for sure is like, because, that's going to make people go, what? And like, it is weird as the marketing would suggest, the premises. But then there's some deeper stuff, and then there's some questionable stuff that I'm like, I'm gonna withhold judgment and see what you do with this. But Diana was saying hi to Doug, reading the text along with listening to the audiobook. That's a great idea. Yeah. And the text is Ode English. Yeah. I've thought about reading The Fairy Queen, like translated out of Old English. Because I'm not sure that I've ever done that. But audiobook, clutch, because I took a class in college where we read The Fairy Queen, but the teacher actually could speak Ode English. Like he practiced to the point where he could just speak it. And when you hear it, it makes complete sense. Reading it is like mind bender. We were like, could you just continue to read it out loud to us? We're really enjoying the story. Hello, Kathy. Eating breakfast, going to the gym, then breading. That was reading, but I love this particular typo. You're breading. The sun also rises. Is that what breakfast is? Oh my gosh. I love when like autocorrects and typos like end up being like great sentences, except sometimes like whenever that happens with my husband, it's always some inappropriate great sentence. Doug, it's 6 degrees in Michigan, but you see it's negative 14 in Dead Horse, Alaska. So it could be worse. True. Denise, I was saying Claire. Oh, it's Claire by Leslie Hall, not a series. Okay, maybe I've just heard of it then. Amy, hello. You read your Advent books already. Now some dishes and laundry. Will volunteer at your library's used book market. Nice. Probably taking Feral and Hysterical with you to read. Ooh, fun. I like that book. Tree ornament talk. Okay, yeah. Maybe you can get the kids' tree up today. Oh, yeah. Gotta find space in their rooms if they want them, that is. Oh, so they each have their own little tree. That's cute. See, I love this. Like I was having a whole conversation with one of my husband's former coworkers the other day when we went to dinner about how like multiple trees is a thing. And my husband's because like my husband's already like, oh, but if we get a bigger tree, we're just gonna get rid of this tree. And I was like, no. Why would we do that? We have like a little area in our front hallway which has a shorter ceiling that this tree would look great in. Or it could also go in the front window and I could get a small tree for the front hallway. I was like, no, this is just the beginning of having more trees. Not replacing trees we have. This is the one moment where like it's plastic for the wind because we can have these trees for forever. In theory. We'll see. And Doug thinks juice is the juice worth the squeeze? I remember liking the Fairy Queen, Doug. I think it is. Kimberly, good morning. Oh, thank you. I know, my bow. I'm so pleased with myself. I'm having a slow start too. Alicia, you've got a mix. You've got the Winery mix in Tennessee. Good morning to you reading The Magicians. The Magicians. Oh, no. Okay. I was thinking I knew who that was by, but I don't think I do. Diana, it's warmer in Mount Clemens at 23. Ooh, we've got that balmy weather too. Natalie, your Christmas, same with your Christmas tree. You still have yours from when you lived in a small apartment. Once you buy a bigger one, the smaller one will just no longer be the main one. Exactly. Katrina, good morning. Still waking up. Just found me this weekend. Oh, well, welcome. Yay, you can do this. That translates to 8 to 8. Well, that's super early, but thanks for joining, and I'm glad you found us. Welcome to the community. Let us know what you're doing today if you like. Alex, it'll be good to switch over to Voxer. Yeah, I think so too. I think it'll be way more exciting on Voxer because Storygraph is great for buddy reads, but it's slower. It takes longer, I feel like. Sushi, it's going to be 80. Oh, you want to switch? Absolutely. Especially this time of year. Lisa's reading Blood Marked. Ooh, fun. And Alex just checked. Looks like your high is 28. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, the tree is like taking all the focus. There we go. And it's going to start tracker. Ooh, oh, yeah. Let me know how that is. I was eyeing that. Alex was saying, okay, you won't complain. At least it's not Alaska cold here. True. Hello, 5 after 7. How are you? Good morning. Denise was saying Doug must be north of you. Oh, yeah, I think he is. You're in Southeast Michigan. Nice. Natalie, plastic for the win. I know. It's like, we got to take it where we can. Like, we thought it was going to be the cockroaches that were going to be here when we're gone. Turns out it's plastic. They'll have Christmas trees. They will be on sale after Christmas. I know. At this point, I'm like, I'm not getting it in time for Christmas. So I'm going to be peaking after Christmas. And the friend that I was having this conversation with, she is super into Christmas tree, as in like she knows which ones to buy, where they're selling them, what they're called. Plastic Christmas trees, mind you. So I will be talking to her. You have a fake tree in your front room window and a real tree in your living room. Nice. You have 2 trees in your living room. I saw that in your video. You have a teeny one in your kitchen on top of the hutch. The kids each have a tree. One is just a tabletop tree. I know. We'd fit them all. Praiseworthy was fantastic. Good to know. And hello, Anna. Perfect timing. You were just about to start reading. Well, there you go. So are we. And you need to finish The Buried Giant. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one by him. And Doug, your wiener dog hates the cold. I bet. Do you put him in sweaters? And Anna, you're in the Netherlands. Oh, well, welcome. And it's just gray and miserable. It's the same here. In theory, I feel like that's the general vibe in the Northern Hemisphere right now. And yeah, exactly. See? Same in Cologne. And good morning, Sue. It's 29 degrees in York. Is it gray and overcast? You can't get warm, have a blend of double bergamot Earl Grey. Ooh, yum. And you're reading the third in the Emily Wilde series. Fun. All right. Well, we are all set to go. That's the last comment I can see. And if more pop up, I will get back to them when we get back from the sprints. But let's get going today. I just realized I don't even have the timer up on our screen. Let me see if my brain can remember how to do that. Some Mondays it's more of a struggle than others. There we go. Now I have no idea. Oh, look, it remembered where it's supposed to go. All right, we're set to go. There's our timer. We're going to start with 45 minutes. We're going to read or do whatever, and then we're going to come back and chat again. So I will talk to you guys some more when we get back, and hopefully the coffee will be working. I make no promises. So I will see you in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did that first sprint go for everyone? Mine went well. I did indeed. I wanted to say start, but continue reading Fane. I'm like literally just pages into this book. I'm on page 12. And it's pretty small print in here. So it's not like super fast going. It's very descriptive, like Thomas Hardy level, if you've read Thomas Hardy. And it's going well. Like I'm interested to see where the story's going. I guess if you're not familiar with the story, I could tell you a little bit about it. It is a historical fiction published in 2022, and it is set on the border of England and Scotland during the Victorian period, basically. And Charlotte Bell is growing up in the 19th century on their family estate. Her father is from a long line of barons, I think is what he technically is. I'd have to look back at that again. It just said recently he's a lord of some title. And anyway, she is growing up on this estate in isolation with just her father because she has a condition. And this condition is really kind of unknown, but it's made it so that she has to be kept fairly isolated and can't be exposed to pretty much anybody other than the servants who live on their estate. She has grown up learning everything that her father has to teach. He has taught her. And at this point, she's on the verge of becoming a young lady. So I would say in her teens, like mid-teens would be my guess. And she is very curious and definitely getting to the point where she's about to outgrow her father's knowledge. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where things go from there. I know a little bit more than because of the back of the book, but I'm going to kind of wait and see how that plays out in the next couple of pages. I won't be giving spoilers today, but I probably will take you up to like what the event is to some extent that leads to things moving forward, because I do know that it seems like there's like multiple events happen that end up, changing her life forever, as does every inciting or beginning event in every book written. So that is how my book is going. Let me see how things are going with y'all. Had to get a good old y'all in there. I feel like I say it less and less now, but that might not be true at all. And Doug was saying hi to Anna. I'm so glad you enjoy being here with me. Nemo just woke up when he heard voices. Oh, he was like, who's talking? J20. Oh, it's supposed to hit 51. Ooh, lots of sunshine. That sounds fabulous. Good morning, Courtney. How are you doing? Oh, you're off to bed. Well, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Oh, you work later today. Okay. Wanted to stop in. Thank you for stopping by. Doug was saying to Jay, you must be in Hawaii or heaven. No such thing. At least not for Jay. Britta spent 20 minutes looking for a book that you decided you wanted to read. Oh, no, you didn't find it. No, you meant to buy it a couple of months ago, but didn't. See, this is why we should just buy when it occurs to us. Oh, no. Well, hopefully you'll find something else. Hey, Viviana, how are you? Ooh, reading one of your favorites, Clan of Cave Bear. Nice. I'm going to raise this just up slightly like this. No, I need to lower it slightly like that. It's always like, how do I get this so that it's not eating my face? There we go. Bit by bit. Hey. Good morning, Sue. How are you? You slept through the alarm. Oh, well, maybe that's a good thing, right? Got a little extra sleep? You'll be reading Tanya Cape's Gingerbread Garlands and Gunshots. Nice. At 94. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just 100 pages left. You'll definitely finish. Ryan, good morning. How are you? Working and organizing for the week. I love going through things and decluttering and organizing them. I find that really fun. I don't know why. Not all the time. Like I can definitely have my moments where I hit the point of like overwhelm and I'm like, But usually that happens more when like it's other people's stuff and I don't know what they would do with it. Like I know what I would do with it, but if I feel like I don't know what you want me to do with it, i.e. my son's room, then I get stuck. Diana got to book 3, page 383 in The Fairy Queen. Nice. Gonna start next with The Nutcracker and the Mouse King. Nice. If you're reading it for book club, just make sure it's E.T.A. Hoffman's. Technically, Alexander Dumas' book is just The Tale of the Nutcracker. So that's the difference if you're trying to figure that out. And reading The Intentions of Thunder, reading it slowly because sometimes you just need to stop and ponder what you're reading. That's always a good thing. Good morning, Brittany. I hope you're doing well. You're getting some editing done. That sounds good. Denise read 26 pages. Nice. Nancy, good morning. Got to 63% in Moon Spinners. What else are you reading today? Slow Horses and the Christmas Airlings. Ooh, nice. And Anna got to page 309 of 362. Ooh, almost done. Amy read from Embracing Advent. Sent a friend a passage from last week's section on hope. Oh, that's really sweet. Hopefully she finds it helpful. And Lisa's on 445 out of 557 in Blood Marked. I think a lot of people are going to be finishing books today. Anybody else thinking that? Because lots of people are like very close to the ends of their books, which is nice. And Katrina got breakfast, eating that during your chat. Nice. What you having? Need to clean the house. That's what I'm going to be doing at the start of the next sprint. And pressure can ground beef. Oh, wow. I didn't even know you could do that. What do you pressure cook it in? Like, do you just do plain ground beef or just salted ground beef? Or do you do it in like a sauce with seasoning? So curious. Let me know. Grace, good morning. How are you? Getting stuff done, reading Smarter, Faster, Better on audio, 38% in. And it's funny because the way I read that, it sounds like the book is reading Smarter, Faster, Better, but I'm pretty sure the book is Smarter, Faster, Better and that you're reading it. Jay, oh no, the internet went down. Oh, yay. Okay, I'm glad you got it back. Nothing like internet insanity. And Katrina is listening to The Girl from the Train. That sounds familiar. All these books sound familiar, but then you guys tell me more, and I'm like, nope, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't sound familiar at all. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to go into our next sprint in a little bit, and it will be an hour from now till the end of the day, basically. And yeah, I'm hoping to spend 15 minutes of each hour getting some cleaning done until that's done. I did do a little tiny bit of cleaning in the kitchen and started the laundry going with some like cleaning cloths because I realized I was going to need those to clean. Natalie got back from walking the dog. Oh yeah, find the gloves. Find the gloves. Yay for canning, says Jay. You're going to start working on Gandhi's Path, a short bio about Bob Swan. Sounds good. You do plain ground beef. Okay, makes it shelf stable for months and easy to just dump into a meal. That's what I was assuming versus having to brown it up. Yeah, that's what I figured, was that it was like a base that you would use for like other things where it's like you have to cook the ground beef first and then do blah, blah, blah. So I can see lots of things working out really well and easily from that. That's cool. And do you like buy a whole cow or do you just buy like a ton of ground beef? I'm always curious about how people do those types of things. But very cool. I hope that goes well. You have good canning success for the day. And I guess I need to adjust our clock so that it actually goes to an hour. Let me do that so that we can get some good reading, canning, and whatever else next done. There we go. We have an hour on our clock. We are set to go. Happy reading or productivity or whatever it is you are doing. And I will see you all in an hour and we'll talk some more then. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? That was our first 1 hour sprint of the day. Somehow I feel like the day should be going faster and slower all at the same time. Anyway, I'm working on Fane and it's going really well. It's a nice slow paced read. I'm really enjoying this story that is developing. I am at the point where I've gotten a decent idea of Charlotte and what her character is like, as well as that of her father, who are the two main people in this isolated setting. And then they've just introduced her potential new tutor, and her tutor has some misgivings because he thought she was going to be a he. Because during the Victorian period, you had tutors and governesses, and neither the twain crossed genders. So they're having a whole conversation about that. And I was smiling at the end because I liked the father's reply. And there's definitely still some conversation going on in the background about Charlotte's condition, which is what's requiring her to be isolated. And I have some theories, and they're curious ones. And I won't share what they are or whether or not I end up being right, but I am definitely enjoying this. This is going to be a nice, good winter read, something nice and long and chunky, and then it'll be broken up by different buddy reads that I'm doing. So this will be what I am returning to as I make my way through my buddy reads over probably the rest of the month, honestly. Just because with the buddy reads in there taking up some of my reading time each day, it will probably take me the rest of the month to read this, and I am totally okay with that. So that is going well. I am super excited with how that's going. I was also really happy yesterday because I found this really chunky stack of tabs. So that's nice because I wasn't sure at the beginning whether or not I wanted to write in the book, and I don't think I'm going to because I don't want to annotate it that heavily. I don't feel like I'm going to need to, or that there would be a point to doing that. But there are things that like I want to tab just because it's a longer book and I'm going to be reading it slower. I want to make sure there's certain points that I remember for when I go back to review it. So that's how my sprint went. Let's check in and see how you guys are doing. I can hear like hubby making his way in and out of the back door, getting ready to go off to work. Let's see, when we left off, Katrina was talking about her canning and doing 4 pounds at a time. That seems like a really like reasonable amount to do, like an easy amount to can, because I'm guessing you probably can like 1 pound together would be my thought, if possible, or at least 1 pound uncooked. That's what I would do. So then that's only like 4 jars. So that seems like super manageable. And hello, Marie. After reading Clarissa over the year, do I recommend that to others? You know, I have to finish the last of it first before I feel like I could really answer that. Because I feel like it's not going to just be a simple yes or no. I feel like I would say yes, but with some caveats, but it definitely depends on the last couple of chapters we have to go. So right now, I think we have 1, maybe 2 more letters yet left, then a postscript and a afterwards, which will take us through like middle of December. And yeah, like I have some thoughts on what I will do and some thoughts on whether or not I think others should do the same and whether this is the best way to read it the first time you're reading it. I still haven't decided clearly. So, but I will be talking about it in my December wrap up because by the time I film that video, I will have finished it. So I will definitely be answering that question. And I honestly just don't feel like I know yet and that I need to finish the last bits. Doug is almost done with Clarissa and loving it. He burned straight through it in about 2 weeks, and I'm amazed that people can read it in a year. By the end, you forget the beginning, which is important. And, you know, this is part of the thing, Doug. It's such a long book that I would, well, one, I wouldn't say I've forgotten the beginning, But there's so much that happens, whether you read it straight together, which I've done before, over a long period of time, or an abridged version, there is so much that happens that you're just not going to remember every single detail of the book. But I do remember like all the major plot points, which really surround all the different places that she was and the events that happened there. Um, and I think you feel like you would have forgotten things that happened earlier, but surprisingly, somehow they have stuck with me better. And I think it's because we spent more time with them. But I've read the book both ways, and I don't know that one has stayed with me differently than the other, as helpful or unhelpful as that would be. So I'll definitely be interested to see what other people who were in the buddy read with me think. But Doug feels like, reading it straight through and quickly is a way to go. And it definitely is. Like, I wouldn't say don't do that. Britta, my reading fate inspired you to pick up Fall on Your Knees. Yes, same author that has been sitting on your shelf for years. I read it ages ago. I think I picked up another copy because no, I'm looking at my shelves. I did not. But I do want to eventually pick it up, maybe from the library first and reread it because I do recall enjoying that book a lot back when I read it. Amber Lee, good morning. How are you? Michelle, good morning. You've had some meetings already. Okay. Refill the coffee, take a few minutes to relax and plan for the week. Sounds good. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Molly. Thanks for hitting the like button. Yeah, lots of people came in and joined. And hello to all of you who are here and lurking and getting other stuff done. Nancy made some good progress in that sprint. And hello, lady. You got here during the sprint. You're reading Unseen and at 6%. Oh, you really just started. Brittany, folding the laundry, started making lunch. I need to get the next load of laundry going. Good reminder. Good morning, Kiana. Sue fed the cats and got to 118. Kiana wanted to stop by. Thanks. I hope you have a great day at work and have a great week. And Anna made it to page 344. Gonna finish it in the next sprint. Nice. And then make dinner. Awesome. What's for dinner? I'm always nosy and looking for ideas. Grace is 36% in. Lovely. And you finished your Advent reading and worked on your Substack post and took some photos. Awesome. And Natalie's at the epilogue. Yay! Slow reading month. I've had those. The beginning of my year is always like faster reading than the end. And I think it's because like December, January, there's like nothing going on in life and it's much slower paced and I'm doing less traveling and et cetera, et cetera. And just, it's cold outside and you're inside a lot more reading. Me, anyway. So no slump, just busy with holiday activities for everything. Yeah, exactly. Whereas the end of the year, I feel like there's so much going on. Katrina is 44% into your book. Laundry started, cleaned up the kitchen, able to start working on your ground beef. Nice. Lady, you've had a really bad cold. And toddlers to take care of. Yeah, that's just a combination for not getting a lot done. Hey, Melina, how are you? Glad to have you here. Thanks. Yeah, I'm enjoying the Christmas feel too. You hope to finish. Ooh, I who have never known men. How are you liking it? I have that on my shelf now. And Jay ate breakfast. 16 pages were finished, learning something about cooperative community living in the 50s and 60s. Oh, yeah, that was popular back then, huh? And he was involved in the early days of permaculture. That's interesting. And there's like a big permaculture move now. Like, I feel like it's gotten more like visible. Amber Lee cleaned the living room and read 30 pages. Nice. Viviana's on page 168. Awesome. Denise opened a package and ordered gifts. Has 9 incorrect items. That's horrible, Denise. Was it addressed to you? You clearly got the wrong package. Where did you order from also? So like we know. I'm so sorry. That's like horrible. Horrible. Doug, Clarissa is so long by the end the characters have forgotten the beginning. I can understand that. There is no mention of Mr. Soames by the time Clarissa's family finally talks about reconciliation. There are definitely some points where it's like, what happened to these people? I agree. Like Mr. Soames, who's so big, I guess they just feel like, whatever. We don't even care about him anymore. That's so much in the past. But it is funny that he just exit stage left with no mention. And then there are a couple other people that you're like, who the hell is that person? I would say it's not so much that you forget the beginning, but that there's so many people to keep track of, and they're so condensed to just one part of the book that, like, sometimes somebody will come back up and you'll be like, who was that? Like, where did they take place? Because I would agree that I don't think Richardson does a very good job of spreading his characters throughout the book. Like, they're in one moment in somebody's life and never exist in the world again. And Anna is making curry with pumpkin and chickpeas. Oh, that sounds amazing. I have been longing for a chickpea curry. I need to make one soon or eat one soon. My son will be home in a week or so, and we're definitely going to the Indian buffet. Denise read 20 pages and got some good chores in. The lady was just able to download Under the Dome. You have the paperback, but it hurts your wrists. I could see that. It's huge. So you're going to continue reading that now. Nice. You prefer reading on your Kindle. It helps with things like that for sure. And Denise ordered from Glow Recipe. Huh. Yeah, I guess you will be calling them. I hope it's an easy fix. I'm sure it should be, right? All right, I paused the timer, but we will go back into our next sprint now, and we will have another hour on the clock to get more done. I am again going to start mine with 15 minutes of getting stuff done, but I did make all my phone calls for the day, so I will just be cleaning until my cleaning is done, and I'm seeing the birds above me in my gutters. We have like the gutter covers, so like all the seed pods from the tree land on them. So the little birdies are just outside my window, clipping back and forth along and collecting all sorts of things for their nest and food. Anyway, okay, let's get into this next sprint. I will get back to your comments when we come back from the break. For the break, happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope you had a good one. Mine went well. I have continued reading in my book, and I am really enjoying this book. Um, I'm really liking the pacing. I feel like it's very even. For it to be a long book, it's not like excruciatingly slow. I feel like a lot of the details are really good. There's definitely lots of like subtle things going on in the background that I want unpacked, but I'm also enjoying what's happening in the present. I was wrong. I think I said earlier that Charlotte was in her mid teens. That is not true. At the beginning of this book, she is 12 years old. And I think I was partially confused based on how the back of the book read, but then also like her voice is from when she's older. And I realized she was older than in her teen years telling this story, but just what was going on did not make me think that she was a 12-year-old at the time. So that was a little confusing and surprising when I found out that it was like her 12th birthday, though maybe something on the back does indicate that. No, not from what I see. So she is now set up. The story is going. There's been a new element introduced into her life, and I'm really excited to see how that goes. I love how there's conversations about her coming to realize just how little of a role women have to play in society and especially in the academic sphere, as she's been taught up to this point by her father, but she is now finally getting a tutor and realizing like the conflict that there is in that. And then she's also starting to realize just exactly what the limitations were of her father's knowledge. And so watching that bloom is really fun and exciting. So yay. So let's see how your guys' books are going. I'm probably going to have lunch in the next sprint. Doug was saying, oh, because we were talking about Clarissa, good point about too many notes. Somehow War and Peace is easier to follow in spite of lots of actors. I agree. And I think it's because Tolstoy does a good job of coming back to his characters over and over again, even if it's, many pages later, or even if they're not there, other people are mentioning them. So, and, Dickens does the same thing, but he's also very good at like doing strong characterization of those people and you meet all of them. Whereas a lot of the characters in Clarissa, due to the nature of it being letter writing, are offstage mention of them, right? Like they're not writing the letters. And I think the people we come to know the best are the ones who have written us letters. But I also think he's just inconsistent in keeping them in the storyline. And hello, Mickey. I am having a good and productive morning. You were determined to get work done, but you forgot to join. Oh no. Well, you remembered eventually. I am enjoying the book. I also agree that the author does such a good job. This is just really making me want to read some of her other works. And the other thing that I really liked about this book is that it opens with a letter from the author. You can see her signature at the bottom, just thanking people for reading this and telling us what her intent was in writing such a long book. And so I thought that was fun. I have read Tess. You can't remember my talking about Know My Name. I have not read Know My Name. By the time the case finally gets to trial, you can almost forget that Chanel was actually essayed kind of important. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, that's more than kind of important. Yeah. But maybe that's not the note she wanted it to end on. I don't know. I've never read it though. You're no advocate of the cowboy justice of Lonesome Dove, but the fact that the wheels of justice turn so slowly works to nobody's advantage. Fair. And hello, pacing through the pages. You hope everyone is well and you're listening to my favorite holiday. Oh, that's cute. Love that. While you're at work, I hope you have a good work day. Enjoy your audiobook. And hello, my Malin Wonderland. Reading the listeners when you can and working the rest of the time. Fair. I hope you have a good day. Hello, Christina. Seems like we had a lot of more people join. Christina has all our wonderful snowmen reminders. Snowmen need water. Have a Christmas cookie. Oh, I wish I had some Christmas cookies. I do have some cookies, but not Christmas ones. Check the laundry. Thanks. I need to do that. Take meds, stretch, share some holiday cheer, and cozy blessings with the like button. Thanks, Christina, and I hope you're having a great day. Britta did the dishes and then started the book. Yay! No phone number for glow recipe. Had to send an email. Hmm. Well, hopefully they respond quickly. Nancy got to 75%, 33%, and 29%. Awesome. Diana, Jonathan, born in 1834 and still living as of 2025, is older than many of Dumas' stories. Wait, Jonathan? What story is this? I'm so confused, Diana. Hi, Jamie. How are you? I hope you're well. Amberly read 35 pages. Nice. Did some laundry, made the bed. Dog sitting, so twice as many dog interruptions. Well, then that's really good that you got so many pages read during that time. And a good morning to Jamie. And you got 32% in some work tasks done. Nice. 39% for Grace. Diana, hello. Finished your audiobook and cleaned up your email. Ooh, email cleaning. Good job. Katrina did the dishes, laundry in the dryer, ground beef in the canner. Awesome. Hey, Teresa, how are you? You have a lot going on. Okay, not sure how much reading you'll get done, but that's fine. Hopefully you get all the other things done. Amy had some lunch, did some writing. Nice. Jamie's not inspired to pick up any of the books you've started. Oh, no. And you finished a few last week, so you're starting a new one. Well, there you go. I'm going to start Home. Nice. I know a lot of people like that one. Natalie finally finished Snake Eater. Yay for finishing. It felt like it took forever because you usually have several books going at once, but you only had one since the end of November. Isn't that funny how that works? Is like when you're actually just reading the one book, it feels like it's taking forever. I think because you actually notice the days going by, right? You also chatted with your daughter. Lovely. I do think I would love her story. I have just read the opening of it and I know what it's about. One of the most famous victims impact statements read by Hillary Clinton. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Jamie has 2 books on your shelves by Anne Marie McDonald, so you may get into them next year. Glad to hear Fane is good so far. Yep. I mean, I've got a ways to go, so anything could happen, but so far, so good, and exactly what I was hoping for and expecting. Well, not expecting, but just hoping for. And my Mail in Wonderland, see, I got it right this time. Got to page 214 of the listeners. Yay. Oh, it's by Maggie Stiefvater. I always want to change that to a W, but it's not. You really like it, but different from her other works. I don't feel like it's one of hers that I've heard of. So in some ways, I guess that doesn't surprise me. You hate it when they don't give a phone number. I know. It's very clear that customer service is like becoming harder and harder to find, and that's intentional. Jay got your Pangle sale wrapped up nice, and also a gift for a friend all ready to mail. And then the power went out. No. Back up now and plan on making some progress on Deluge. Nice. Yeah, I just sold a book on Pango yesterday. So I need to send that out tomorrow. And then I have a couple of books that I'm going back and forth on as to whether or not to add them to Pango or not. I've had some books that sell like super fast and others that like people don't care about, which is understandable. I think it's very hit or miss. And like it's not even like it was all my popular books. I think it really just depends on who's on Pango on what day as to what they want to get. Teresa was saying to Nancy, you read 2 of your 3 books and liked them very much. Nice. Yeah, you guys seem to have very similar tastes because I feel like you've often read some of hers. So that might be my imagination. And Diana, your Jonathan post disappeared. Oh no. Oh, okay. So that's probably why I was like, wait, I don't understand the whole comment. It is probably being held. I'll check it on my phone. It's kind of weird how they do that. You can just say my sounds good. Will do. And Diana, he's just a turtle. You were just saying he was older than Okay, okay. Gotcha. That's weird that it hid that comment. Sue read to page 153. Ooh, you're almost done. Jamie listened to the audio last month and liked the listeners. It was your first Steve Water. Oh, so now you don't have anything to compare. Interesting. Britta's having cereal for dinner. Yes, breakfast for dinner of any kind. And Jay, you've been surprised by what sells on Pingo and what's just sitting there. Yeah, you might read after all. Yeah, it's sold out from under you. Figures, right? All right. Well, that was our timer. We're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to have some lunch, read some more of my book, and we'll see how it keeps going. And Christina was saying she did see the comment. I saw the comment on Jonathan. I think I just read it weird if that was the only comment. So you were probably like, she didn't mention it. And I did. I just wasn't sure what it, the struggle was real, mostly on my end. Yeah, it was right before Jamie said hi. Yeah. Anyway, okay, let's go into the sprint. I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Mine went well. That ended up being a lunch break for me, and then I'm just catching up on just noting down some things that I'm noticing in my book so far. I've just been doing that since I came back over to my desk, and also checking in with my buddy reader for Sky Daddy. So that is what I was up to during this sprint. I'm probably going to spend the next sprint doing a few things, hopefully not as quite as many. I don't know. It might end up taking up the rest of the next sprint now that I'm thinking about it. I want to go outside for a few minutes and then I want to finish up my notes before I go back to reading. And I have the feeling that the combination of those two things might take up all of the next sprint. But if not, we'll see. I do hope to go back to reading during the next sprint, but we'll see how long those things take because I'm in no particular rush. So let's check in and see how things are going with you guys. The sun is coming up, and I'm realizing that in a while I'm going to be blasted in the face by it, but I guess that'll be okay. So let's see. Oh, yeah, we left off. I was trying to figure out if I could see Diana's comment, and I was like, I don't know what's going on or what I'm saying. And I realized what it was I just didn't know what the reference to Jonathan was referring to. So when you cleared it up that it was a turtle, I was about to say a title, a turtle. I got it slightly, so no worries. Glad that it all made sense. Very cool. Turtles are awesome. And then during the sprint, Coda joined. Hello, hello, and says hello to other friends. And was having frosted flakes while I was eating lunch. And that sounds really good right now for no good reason whatsoever. I too haven't had frosted flakes in a while, but it sounds amazing. So I mean, it sounds like sugar and candy, but in like a good way. I might have to pick some up and have it for dessert. Sue's favorite is Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks is also good. Sue eats plain Cheerios with a small amount of Cocoa Krispies. Oh, that's fun. I like that mix. And like some honey nut Cheerios, those can be a good snack for sure. With peanuts is a really nice combo too. If you're just crunching on them. Nancy got to 80%, 41%, and 32%. You might be finishing soon from the sounds of it. And let's see what else. Sue has 10 pages to go. Was a little too easy to figure out. Bummer. Yeah, I would imagine that's the downside. Cozy and fun, but sometimes too easy. But at least you only have 10 pages left. Hello, Amelia. How are you doing today? I hope you're well. And Brittany finally read more of Spiral. Gonna fold laundry while we chat. Nice. Get the little stuff in. I haven't heard of Spiral. What? I was about to say, what breed is that? Wow. What is happening to my mind today? You know the word genre. what genre is that? Oh my gosh. Viviana didn't get any reading done this sprint. Oh no, you're not alone in that. My switch to audiobook, The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea. Ooh, made it to 69%. Nice. Pacing as Jen, right? Am I making that up? Had lunch and got to 37%. Also finalized the physician schedules for the rest of December. I don't know why reading is becoming harder for me, but apparently it is. Hello, Maka. How are you? You read 18 pages of a new book. Ooh, nice. What's the new book? I hope you're enjoying it. Anna finished The Buried Giant in the previous sprint and spent the rest of that one and most of this one cooking. Ooh, nice. Just finished eating your curry. Was it good? Oh, nice. Yeah, I could see that being nice and warming between like the spices and just a hot curry, like temperature wise. Yum, yum on the kick drum. Denise ate lunch and read 10 pages and bought 2 albums online. Need to buy a turntable. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. You'd love a whole new stereo system. Well, there's your encouragement to get one, I guess. That's cool. I love that turntables and like records and albums have come back in that sense. You're gonna film the unwrapping of your book from your advent calendar for Instagram. Fun. I was going to say drop your Instagram link, but you definitely can't do that because it definitely won't let you. So go check it out. I guess you could just tell us what your Instagram is without including the @ It would probably let you do that. Katrina spent that spring cleaning your room and will be lunch and chill next. Might have tuna salad. Nice. I haven't had tuna in a while. Jay knocked off 22 pages. Ooh, 49% of the way through. I'm assuming you're still liking it, which is good news because I can see my copy from here. And needs to stop thinking you're hungry constantly. Protein. That's what'll do it for me, is I just have to have a big chunk of something with a lot of protein and it'll shut that spiral of thoughts down. I'm saying spiral because clearly I'm also simultaneously reading Brittany's comment. Contemporary hockey romance. Oh, that was not the category I was going to put that book in, so I'm glad I asked. Britta's loving the McDonald book. Ooh, yay. That gets me excited about rereading it. Hey, Paula, how are you? I hope you're well. I hope you have great sprints today. I'm going to sneak in and hug your like button at some point, too. And Denise wants to know, Anna, how you liked The Buried Giant. I'm assuming pretty well because almost done. There you go. If you want to go see the unwrapping, live vicariously. Yeah, I love that you got like horror manga. I also was getting like horror or thriller or sci-fi vibes. Like hockey romance was coming up nowhere other than I should have figured because I know you like hockey romance, Brittany. But I just can't even see how are they skating in a spiral? Jay is still enjoying Deluge. Oh, you stopped for a bit. Oh, lost track of the characters and now they're having a meeting with avatars. That would be confusing. I'm assuming you mean they're meeting and they're the avatars. Yeah, that's not helping your situation. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Viviana. I like how it came out too. And I was saying to Denise, bit of a mixed bag. Some strong parts, expecting deeper layers, and so it didn't lay out all the ways you were hoping. You liked the discussions about memory, though. Okay. And that is a bow barrette in my hair. Isn't it cute? I have it in 4 or 5 different colors, something like that. I loved it. I saw it and was like, yes, I'm getting those. Yes, I understood that you meant the payout. Jay, cartoon movie or avatars? Oh no, they're just like, you should have kept up. That's good to know though, because I'll try not to do that when I'm reading it so that I don't get confused at that point. The love interest is a ballerina. Okay. So maybe that's where the spiral comes in. I was thinking like death spiral, but then I was like, wouldn't that make that like figure skating? So who knows? But whatever it is, I'm sorry, I keep popping my lips. And yeah, I know, they're so cute. I've got them in a couple of different colors. And I like that they're like on the smaller side. Teresa did no reading, called the eye doctor. Of course, you started having eye trouble on your anniversary weekend. Boo. Hope all is good. I hope so too. Hopefully nothing major. I mean, our eyes do change with age and life, but hopefully nothing, problematic. Amelia wanted to upload the videos on YouTube, but the thumbnail always gave away the book. Oh, so then you'd have to like make some thumbnail. You couldn't change them because your devices are too old for the latest version of YouTube. Oh, that's annoying. Well, hey, Instagram it is. You can do it like as a spoiler on YouTube, like, hey, if you want to go see it, head over to Instagram. Oh my gosh. And then you'll have those like nasty people who have nothing better to do with their life than be like self-promotion much. I don't know if other people have gotten that on my channel, on their channel rather. And I'm like, how else are you going to know about things? I guess you would just find out. Is that a thing? Do people hate that? I don't know. And I don't care. Because I would rather hear people talk about the other things they're doing so that I know. And I'm perfectly capable without them of going over there or not as I choose. All right, that's the end of our chatty bit. Let's go back to sprinting, getting stuffs done. It seems like we're all having a good time. I know I am. I'm going to start by finishing my notes. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll have to find out. Anyway, I will chat with you guys some more in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Where did that hour go? Anybody else feel like that was like the fastest hour we've had so far? I definitely do. I'm definitely questioning like where the time just went because I'm really not understanding how the time is already gone. So there it is. Another hour has gone by. And yeah, I did exactly what I planned. I went outside for a little bit and wandered around and enjoyed the weather. And then I came back in and I've been updating my notes and just the things that I want to keep track of in my book. I'm really enjoying this book. I think it's really going to be something that I have a good time with. I was going to say I'm only on page 34, but that didn't sound right. I'm on page 58, and I'm going to be putting it down for now. Well, I'll probably finish looking over the chapters that I read during the next sprint. And then I'm going to be switching to my buddy read, which is Sky Daddy, and getting my reading pages and that done for today, since we all caught up and my buddy reader and I, and we're going to read the next section together. So that'll be good because we did not start out reading that book together, but I think it'll be more fun to continue our conversation on Voxer. I'm like, what am I even trying to say? So yeah. All right, let me see where we were. Oh yes, when we left off, Amelia was talking about this, how the struggle is real sometimes with trying to use YouTube. You refuse to buy new devices only because YouTube is trying to force you to. I don't blame you there. I totally get that. I'd do it when I was darn well ready. And Jay is off to the post office. Mail those packages. Yeah, gotta get those done. I have done a decent amount of Christmas shopping, but tomorrow's goal is going to be to finish up the in-person stuff that I need to do so that on Wednesday I can finish up the like not in-person stuff I need to do, because I feel like the month is going fast and I'm just not trusting the mail to get everything there on time. Anne's going to try and convince herself that she's not hungry. Okay, good luck. Hope it works. Kelly, hello. How are you? You ready to get this book done? Oh, and then on to editing. What book are you working on? Mickey was saying to Amelia, support in not buying the newest devices because of these platforms. Absolutely. Or because of the phones themselves or whatever it is. It's like, you've got to get a new thing because now everything on your old one's outdated. And I'm like, I guess it's just going to be outdated, or I'm just going to stop using it. Nancy got to 86%, 46%, and 36%. Nice. Hello, Dina. How are you? You unhold a bag at Half Price Books and bought just one book. I talk about it a lot, and it's Russian. War and Peace? Oblomov. Those would be my two guesses. I had all sorts of guesses until you said it was Russian, and then I was like, wait a minute. Let me know if I got it right. Today is flying by. You broke 3 ribs last week. Oh my gosh. Meg, hello, and I'm so sorry. Oh, no. That's awful. I hope you're healing well. I'm glad you're able to rest. And I hope you recover quickly. And my made it to 88%. Ooh, you might finish soon. Break what? How? Yeah, I know. Is that in reference to the break that we're having? Or the breaking of the ribs? Because I would ask questions about both those things. Anna cleaned the kitchen and watched YouTube. Nice. Dina, I think you would love Fane. I'm really enjoying it. And the only caveat that I would add is if you like historical fiction and you like some Victorian-esque feels or just settings in your books, this is good for that. But I think you would love it even more than I do if you love Thomas Hardy's like super descriptive on the heath landscape settings, because there's a lot. Um, I like it slightly more how Anne Marie McDonald does it, but only slightly. Like I only need so much landscape. Like after a while, I'm like, I get it. I'm never going to see it the way you're painting it for me, but I get it. I know Jay's hoping, Meg, that you're comfortable. Yes. Denise folded towels, put a load in the dryer and another in the washer. 24 pages. On page 157. Good progress. And Teresa ate a delicious sandwich for lunch and watched a couple of YouTube videos. Yay! Katrina enjoyed the lunch break. I'm ready to dive in again. There you go. I'm liking like the motivation that everybody has going on here. Sue finished your book, wrote your review, and now reading Ellie Hazelwood's short story, Cruel Winter with You. On page 13 out of 72. You got a lot done there, Sue. You guys are all getting a lot done. Denise, do most, if not all, of your shopping online. Okay, plan to finish tomorrow. If you need to go out to get anything, we'll do that on Friday. Okay, sounds like you've got it all planned out. You're on top of it. And hello, Books, Ink, and Paper. I just joined a little bit ago. Welcome, welcome. Probably be reading for the next sprint and perhaps I was about to read Undating Your Planner, and I was going to be like, how do you undate it? I mean, I know how you can like erase the dates, but you said updating. So your name is Lori. Thank you. And I'm glad you enjoyed the channel. I'm going to make a little sticky. I will probably have lost by less next time, but I'm going to try, Lori, to remember this by constantly repeating your name, which I'll have to do anyway. I don't think YouTube realizes how much they messed us up by removing the front part of those channel names. Okay, but I've got it, Lori. So hopefully. Oh, Oblomov. Let me know how you like it. I was pleasantly surprised by it. And yeah, really can't wait. I have another Ivan Turgenev. No, that's not who wrote that. Ivan Goncharov. I have another book by him, and maybe I'll get to it next year. It's a massive edition with his head on the cover. Is it the one? Oh my gosh, I'm struggling here with the with the comments. Is it the one that's like the painting with the guy's face and like his hair? Is it that one? I don't know, but I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, the sprint did go fast. I agree. I was like, how is it over? And it does. I agree. I think it would be totally up your alley. I'm enjoying it so far. And I feel like I said it's slow paced, but I don't actually think it is. I would actually argue that maybe it's a bit medium paced, or at the very least it's well paced. I think it's just that the print on the page is so small that it's taking like a long time to read each page. But there's also a lot to think about on each page, and like not in like a super deep way, but there's just a lot happening on every page. I'm enjoying it. Whatever. And Denise was saying hi to Lori. You watch her channel, and sorry, the comment disappeared on me. And show up often for Saturday morning momentum. Ooh, have a great time here on Mondays. Might have to check out those Saturdays. And Lori was saying thanks to Denise. And you know how I feel. Can't remember everyone's name either. I know. Like that was like a nasty trick, right? It was already a struggle to remember anyway. Don't like remove things. And Jay is saying, listen to Emily Wilde's map of other lands on your way to the post office. Next sprint will be more deluge and lunch. Tostadas for the win. I hear you there. That sounds amazing. Okay, that is the one. The book is so large, his head just looks enormous. Oh, that's funny. Amelia, as long as your devices still work, you're not willing to throw them away unnecessarily. I'm with you there. I don't change my phone until it's like totally broken, which is usually like I drop and smash it somewhere by accident, as opposed to the phone actually breaks. Because if you don't mind everything on your phone slowly outdating itself and eventually only being able to use it, It lasts a long time. Um, More or less so. I mean, you definitely start having issues with battery life, but that's a problem that I won't have yet. So, all right, back to our sprint. I'll see you guys in an hour. I'm going to start here at my desk and then maybe take a break and wrap some Christmas presents and then go back to reading. And I'll see you all in an hour. Hello and welcome back to sunset. It's getting bright over here. The sun's not setting yet, but it's definitely moving to this side of the house. So I'm like trying to creep the curtain over so that I don't get blinded, honestly, by the light. Anyway, I hope your sprint went well. Mine did. I did read my pages and my buddy read, which, yes, is Sky Daddy. And I have thoughts, and I'm trying to withhold judgment so that I can see like where the book is going. And this is not judgment of people reading it. This is judgment of the book itself and like what's happening in the book. And I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I am. Like I'm heading over to that island with every single chapter. But I'm trying to refrain. I'm trying to see like where things are going to go because I feel like in any moment they could go good or bad places and I can't decide which. And I guess I'm just going to have to keep reading and finding out. So let's see how things went for you guys. During the next sprint, I am going to get up and I'm going to move around. I've more or less finished my cleaning. I got to a weird spot in my cleaning at the end of last week and I decided to just pick up where I left off, which left me with not a lot of cleaning for today, which is not a problem. I do need to switch the laundry, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to gather some tape. I'm going to sit over there and wrap some presents for a little bit, and then I'm going to read. So that's my plans for this next sprint. And yeah, I'm enjoying the sunlight. It's making me feel very awake, which I feel like is dangerous at 4:00 in the evening because I'm pretty sure that's what resets and messes up my circadian rhythm, but we'll worry about that later. Let's see here. We left off. Amelia was saying go to make progress in repetition. Sounds good. Jay, Amazon bricked your old Kindle. You can only read what you had downloaded. Yeah, they'll do that, won't they? And Denise, the Saturdays are on Cats, right? Okay, I thought that was the name of Cats thing, but then I was like, maybe I'm confused. But I mean, I was, but not in the way I thought. Abulmov was so good. And Anne's copy of the true story of Raja the Gullible and his mother is being shipped. I hope you enjoy. I'm sure you will. That did way better than I thought it was going to do. And Maka is saying the new book you are reading is a nonfiction about dictators. So to keep it light, you've switched to a Christmas book called All Together for Christmas. You know, you got to keep it mixed up. I totally appreciate that. Dictators, Christmas books. That's how we roll. I love it. I love it. Important things. And Amelia, Amazon is worse. Yeah. How can you have paid for something and not own it? That's a crime. I mean, we do that with streaming and with music and every version of streaming. It's just that, unlike with streaming, we actually have access to it for longer. So in that sense, it's actually better. We pay for lots of things and don't own them. That's really the real shame. Amelia made it halfway through your book. Excellent. I hope you enjoy it. Dina got to page 106 out of 1200 of The Beast of a Book, Tom's Crossing. Who's that by? Like, how is that a Mammoth book that I'm not familiar with? And hello, Swept Up in Books. How are you doing? But that's not your first name because I recognize your picture. But they've removed everybody's name. It's been a while since you've joined on Monday. Yes, it has. And it's cold in England and you're cozied up with your blanket and ready to read Caraval. Nice. Glad to have you back. And Amelia is curious about that one. How is it? I'm curious to know what it is. Dina was saying, and so glad to hear that she enjoyed Abulmov. Yep, made it to, hope it will be your first read of 2026. Ooh, that's fun. I hope you like it. Mickey, 100%, you're a contractor and have been arguing with the main company you work for because they want you to install all of this software that keeps crashing your personal computer. Then they have to get you a new computer. Like, That just doesn't make any sense to me. Very, very slow burn, really enjoying it and getting into the characters. Nice. Alicia's trying to finish The Magicians, about to make a cup of coffee. Sounds good. Mickey says it's still young. You've been listening to Death at the Sign of the Rook, and it's fun. Love a good fun read. Reading it with a reading group, even better. Oh, guys, you know what I figured out yesterday? Based on when we have to go pick up my son, even though I've read the book for my local in-person book club, I'm going to miss the meeting, which I'm so bummed about because I really wanted to talk about this book because I really enjoyed it. It's the Lives of the Monster Dogs, which I think this upcoming Saturday I'll be reviewing. But it was so good, and I'm so bummed I'm going to miss the conversation. Sue's on page 46 out of 72. Ooh, almost done. Denise read 38 pages and talked to her sister. Nancy got to 90%. Ooh, you might finish that in the next sprint. One dysfunctional family in your book. I do recall that, which now that you say that, Britta, makes me wonder if I would like the reread. Because I have very little patience for dysfunctional families. I want to say it depends on the dysfunction, but recently it doesn't. You need a break? Yeah, okay. I'm not going to like it. I don't think I'll enjoy that reread. And I made it to page 48 of the Fellowship of the Ring. Nice. Probably going to get ready for bed. All right. Well, I hope you have a good night. You wondered how I would get along with Sky Daddy. I have mixed feelings. There's parts of it that I'm like, oh, okay, and I'm liking it better than I thought it would. But then there's like small things here and there that I'm like, what is the author doing with these things? And like, but again, like I feel like they could work themselves out or they could not. It's one of those that I'm just not going to know how I'm going to feel about it until I'm done. Like I have no guesses. And Lori, my little sticky note is working. Read up to 81 pages of When in Rome, a romance, because a friend recommended it and got books for you. Oh, nice. You also got interrupted by your family's message chat. Awesome. That happens, doesn't it? Denise was saying to Anne, you've been curious about Raja. We'll be interested to see what she thinks. Yeah, I agree. Let us know, Anne. Teresa needs to go to church tonight, so spend the next sprint in both listening to the audio of The Searcher. Nice. Sky Daddy has... Okay, I'll have to wait to see what the rest of your statement was, Lori. Katrina got bacon in the oven. Ooh, for the soup. You're making it more complicated than it needs to be. Your attempt to make it easier. I love that. Dina, it's Mark Z. Oh, Dan Yaluski's latest book. Oh, I didn't realize he had a new one out. Right, author of House of Leaves, coming of age Western with a bit of supernatural. I might like that. Let me know how that goes. And Jay knocked off another 24 pages, 10th chapter, resonances with current political situation. It would be stressful for sure. You admit that you're paying for streaming, but in that case, you're paying for the service, but not for a certain product. If you buy an ebook, you want to own it. Oh, see, I'm thinking of things like when you don't have the whole streaming service and you're just paying for each individual streaming thing, because you can do that too. Like, to me, it's like renting. And I get it. Like, Kindle makes it seem like you're buying it, but you're not. You're renting a book. You just don't have a return date until they decide to return it for you. It would almost be better if they operated it more like Everand, where you were paying for the service and you weren't able to keep it forever. Then I think people would have less of a problem. But it gives the illusion that you own it and you don't. Michelle's back from your infusion, trying to get some reading done before the fatigue effects and the treatment take over. Makes sense. You're reading Angels at the Gate. Well, I hope you get some good reading in, but also some good rest. Michelle says hi to Lori. And Lori was saying Sky Daddy's piqued your interest ever since you first heard of it. You haven't tried it thus far, but a lot of people love it. Yeah, I've been surprised by how many people like it. There is definitely spice in the book. Not, I think, as much as I thought it was going to land solidly on that side. And there's actually more going on in the story than that. True Bat Sky Daddy, you have to read the whole book. That's what I feel like. So I'm trying to make myself to wait, but I'm judgy McJudgy pants over here. And probably not about the things that you guys would think in this book. And Lori was saying hi to Michelle. Thanks for reminding her about the sprints in your video you watched today. And thank you, Michelle, for mentioning my sprints so frequently. I appreciate it. And Michelle said, thanks for watching. Anna much prefers physical books in part because you actually own them. I just like flipping pages and like the smell and like the tactile experience. That's why I do it. Because I own a Kindle, but I don't use it that often because I can't. Like when they make the Kindle that you can flip pages, just like 4 or 5. Like I just want like maybe more like 50. 50 pages and then they reset. I could maybe do that, Kindle. I'll let you know. Because you know how it is, Britta. If I hate it, you're going to hate it too. And there's definitely things that I'm questioning. Oh, I'm glad I make you love Mondays. You guys make me love Mondays too. It's like the best part of my Monday for sure. All right, let's get back to our sprinting. And yeah, I'm going to go work on that laundry and present stuff first. And then I'm going to come back and finish my notes. And then I'm going to go back to reading. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Where's the time going? Does anybody know? It is now 5 o'clock my time. I swear, not long ago it was 11 o'clock. I don't know what's happening with the day, but it is flying by as far as I can say. I'm struggling over here with my tabs. I just figured out I was pulling it from the wrong side. Anyway, I'm still working on my book. I went back to reading Fane. It's still going really well. I'm really enjoying it. The pacing is excellent, in my opinion. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen next in each chapter. The chapters are short. And yeah, there's always some interesting little twist. I like the characterization, the voice, and everything so far. And all I managed to do in the last sprint, well, let me not downplay it. I did get my laundry re-going, so that's good. And I moved around and all my present stuff and found the tapes. And so I brought the first handful of presents over because at the beginning of the sprint, I need to wrap hubby's presents before he gets home. Like I don't need to wrap them all, but I just brought his presents out, those of them that I have. So I need to wrap those or put them back away before he gets home. So that's the first thing I'm going to be doing in the next sprint before I go back to reading. And let's see what everybody else got up to. We were talking about Kindles. Amelia's Kindle is 15 years old. You're only using it for ARCs. Amazon lost you as a customer ages ago. I don't blame you. I was never too into it. Viviana's on page 200. Nice. Nancy finished. Yay! I figured you'd probably finish in that sprint, the Moon Spinners. And so now you have, let's see, 63% in Slow Horses, 45 in the Christmas Airlings. And you started, Snow Country. I want to read that. Let me know how you like that. Britta should add Tracker to your TBR, according to Anne. Sue finished your Allie Hazelwood short story. Yay. And now you need to find another book, right? That's always the problem with finishing. A good problem, but something to figure out. Katrina, make tea or not make tea? I say make tea. That would be my thing. But that is the question. And Britta already did get Tracker. Yay. Tea sounds so relaxing, but your feet hurt, so you're not sure you want to walk the short distance to boil the water. That's fair. I get a foot hurting kind of pain, so. And Lori got a little planning done for the week, got back to reading on your Kindle. Really curious about the Kindle situation. I hear ya. Yay, Amelia finished your book. It's your 4th book by this author and your least favorite. Darn. Oh, but you still liked it. Okay. Well, that's not so bad. Okay. But I hear you. Like, you can have like a favorite author who you love all their things, but there's going to be one that's just not your favorite. Jamie's back from the grocery store and having a snack peanut butter cup ice cream. Yum. Got a few pages read in your ARC. Nice. Swept up in books. Made it to page 86 of Caraval. You're absolutely loving it. So annoying. I know. Oh, yes, Tony. That's right. Thank you. And yeah, it is annoying that the names didn't show. Swept up. Okay, Tony, there you go. You now have a name tag along with Lori. They're not in very good places. I need to make them easier to see. All right. Very good. Well, I hope you're enjoying your book, Tony. Denise had some yogurt to hold you till dinner, talked with your sister again, and texted Tyler. Nice. Teresa's done with both and got a couple of chapters of The Searcher done. Excellent. Sorry, with Bath. The day. Can I read? And Katrina, second load just got done in the dryer. First load of soup in the canner. Ooh, you're getting all the canning done today. Jamie, you'll get back to reading home soon, but you can't hold a print book till you finish your snack. Oh, yeah. Or Christopher would steal your ice cream. I mean, is it stealing? I mean, it is because he's not giving it back. So we hope. You're welcome. If you could only see the little name tags, it's not as cute as it may have sounded, but it's there, Tony. So now I'll get it. Eventually, one day, maybe. Really, what I need to do is leave it there so it's there next week too, until it like finally sinks in. And Britta will do a little more reading the next sprint and then go to bed. Well, bye for now for you, Britta, because yeah, if you go to bed during the next sprint. But it was nice having you as always. And I enjoyed our buddy read. I know we said that like before to each other, but it was a good time. We read Imago together. Such an interesting book. So much to say on that series as a whole, and highly recommend buddy reading it with somebody. And hello, Naomi. Tips on getting back to reading daily. Keep it realistic. Progress is progress, even if it's just like a few minutes. And also a tip that I got from Habits of Highly Effective People, something about habits, some book about habits. Talked about like chaining things you want to do to other things you do every single day. And that is something that helps me with habits a lot. So for example, I wanted to edit some part of my videos every single day. Well, every single day, I at some point in the morning before I get going with anything else, sit down at my table and eat breakfast and have a cup of coffee. And I always have my coffee as like the last thing I finish. And so I chained to that, I think is the term they used, editing my video. So now as soon as I finish the breakfast, I push my plate aside, grab my laptop, and I edit my video for as long as it takes me to finish my coffee, which can be a very long time, to be honest. But doing something like that. So find something that you do every day that you like already that you could just tack reading onto. So if you sit in the same place every day and like stare off into space or do nothing, or you watch TV at the same time every day, like turn the television off a little early and like end it with reading for 10 minutes, something like that. So sometime where you could swap a little bit of something for reading and you're already doing that thing and you're going to continue doing that thing. I hope that makes sense. That would be my suggestion. And start with something that is fast paced. That also helps if you like really moving through the book. It doesn't necessarily have to be short. Pacing is more important than length, I have discovered. So hopefully that helps you. Let us know if it does. And Lori watched a video by Alexa Reads this morning, and she talked about this reading daily. Oh, see, there you go. There's a good one. So you could check out Lex Reads and see what tips she had. And maybe that'll help. You're very welcome. And if anybody else has tips that help them read daily, I know for me, I also tend to focus on how long I want to read, not how many pages, because page count can vary from book to book. But I usually know like how much time I want to set aside for reading each day. And I also eat the frog. Like I make it one of the top priority things. And she had a lot of good tips in general for reading. Yeah. I would get tips from anybody who reads every day. So if other people have tips that they like, list your number one tip in the comments and let's share. Share and share alike. Because if you're on a reading sprint, chances are you read a lot, even if you don't read every single day. I think that is probably, a fair statement to make. Anyway, the sun is going down. Let me turn on the lamp along with all the other lamps. Because, the sun is going to be setting. I can see it setting out my window, and it's going to make me feel really tired. So maybe I'll turn the camera to face out the window during this next sprint. I talked about doing that one time, and then I didn't because I was kind of concerned that it would actually just show you the dirty window and like the reflection of the camera. But we'll try it and see. And if not, I'll face you back this way. But you can watch the sunset with me. How about that for our next sprint? And gets up an hour early before everyone else gets up to read. That will do it. If having quiet is an issue. Jay, eat the frog. Oh, you never heard of that idea? Yeah, it's the do the hardest thing first. That's it. It's the hardest thing. Teresa, after church, is stopping by the library to drop off and pick up books. If you don't make it back, thank you for being here and have a great week. And yep, check her out. Lex reads. And Lori was saying, set a goal to read your Kindle every day for a year, and you surpassed it, but now you're feeling like that's enough for a bit. Same. And Jamie, setting aside time for reading is a huge tip for reading daily. You used to set the last hour before bed as reading time in bed with your cat. Oh, that sounds so lovely. All right, speaking of daily reading, let's use this next sprint to get some done. I'll see if I can turn you around and get the lighting to work well enough for you to watch the sunset. And I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. I mean, the sun's already set, but you'll see like the colors outside. You get it. I'm wasting your sprint time. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? If you watched, I hope you enjoyed the bit of sunset there. It wasn't like a spectacular, mind-blowing one, but it was very relaxing to watch if you looked at it. And I did see M's comment about how you could still see the Christmas tree lights in the tree outside because it was backdropped against a tree that was outside where you saw the lights. So it was a very odd experience. So I did eventually, as it got darker, turn the lights off in here so that there was less reflection out there. And hopefully that was enjoyable. But now we're back inside and it's just about time to turn on the fireplace and enjoy that for a little bit. Let's see. When we left off, where were we? Let me change this so that I can see the comments a little easier while still talking to you. Oh, we were talking about setting aside time for reading. Jay was saying, I'm a bibliophile, so it's more about making time to do other things that life requires. That's true too. It can also get to that point where it's like, how do you make time for life when, you're busy reading? Yep, I totally get that as well. And your wife is not a physical book reader, but you listen to an audiobook for an hour before bed. That's a nice way to incorporate it with other people in your life as well. And I'm just fixing this curtain. Sorry. Super close up of my face. Hello. Took you 10 minutes to figure out what you were having us watch the sunset, getting distracted by the reflection of the Christmas tree. Yes, it did kind of look like fireflies that were like swarming in a very odd manner, right? And Lori made it to page 125, covered the roses in case it freezes. That's a smart idea. And have to feed the dogs and cats and get dinner ready. And enjoyed it so much. Well, it's nice having you here. And thanks for hanging out and saying hi. And hopefully you'll either be back this evening or if not, back next week because I'll be here again. And Sue, no reading the sprint. Your daughter is here and her diabetes decided to drop into the 40s. Ooh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm glad she's there when it happened and that you're able to help her out, Sue. So hopefully that settles down soon. Nancy got to 80%. Ooh, gonna finish that soon. 50% and 10%. How's Snow Country going? And hello, Benu. You just discovered these all-day Monday sprints. Yay! Hope to join you earlier next week. Sounds good, but glad to have you here. You still got a couple hours to go with me. So lovely. Let us know what you're up to and how you are doing. Jamie got to 49% in your arc, The Blue Horse. Nice. Good police procedural crime novel. Oh, set in rural Nevada. Ooh, interesting. Interesting location. And Denise read 22 pages. Amelia's 40% into Dream Angus. One of your advent calendar books. Oh, so far you got a lot of shorter books. So you're trying to read some of them before the end of the year. That's fun. It also makes sense. Like, I wonder if like one of the last books will be like a longer book with the idea of, and your first read for the next year. And then Jay did get a few pages read on Gandhi's Path, but then got distracted by shopping on Pingo. That can happen. Picked up a couple. Your wife and you listened to an audiobook during dinner. Oh, yeah, that's another good time. We used to listen to, what was it? I think we had a favorite like podcast at one point that we were listening to during dinner. That can be fun as well. So all good ways to keep yourself reading. Okay, I'm going to do another 15 minutes of Christmas gift wrapping. See, look, nope, wrong side. I have some right there. I did 3. That's all I accomplished in my last 15 minutes. Though, in all fairness, I had to move the gifts over here, which oddly enough, they're all piled just off screen. Not intentionally, that's just how it worked out. But I had to bring them all over here. And then I had found the tape, but my tape was stuck. So I spent a lot of time trying to just get all the stuff together. And then it only took me a couple of minutes to wrap those 3. They're all for hubby. And we're doing like a wrap everything Christmas this year. So I told them, I was like, I just want 1 year where we just have a lot of things to unwrap. Like, we're not necessarily spending a lot of money because I was like, warning, I'm buying you deodorant. Like, so I told them, I'm like, I'm buying you all your toiletries and all your practical things that you will need for the next couple of months, all at Christmas, so that there's just more things for you to unwrap. Because I was like, I feel like, especially as like your kid gets older, and there's only 3 of us in our household, that like understandably, like we only buy each other like 1 or 2 gifts. And so like Christmas morning is over very soon, but I was like, I just want like more unwrapping of stuff. So I was like, so if I have to buy you snack food and wrap it up, which I did, then that's what we're doing. So, but I bought their favorites, like their favorite snacks that we don't always keep in the house, their favorite candies, a few of their favorite things. That's the theme of this Christmas. And it's all going to be wrapped up and it's going to be hilarious because are you getting the gift you want or are you getting underwear? You never know. Is it bad that I'm cackling about that? Because as enjoyable as the book advent calendar is, it will increase your TBR by 24 books. That is true. That is true. Good point. Katrina made yourself a couple of mint tea. I love mint tea. Got to 61% in The Girl from the Train. Was your last productive sprint and now doing easy supper and reading. Yay! And you got lots done today, so guilt-free. On page 138 of 278 for Kimberly. Nice. Amelia might so far, you might have so far picked the shorter ones on purpose. Okay. I see how it's going there. And like my background is really yellow. I'm realizing like I need to adjust the lighting. And Jay's currently listening to Louise McMaster, Behold Fantasy. Eric and the Shaman. Amusing. Ooh, that's fun. I like an amusing read for dinner time. And Jamie, you like the unwrapping part when there are piles of presents to unwrap too, and the stockings with lots of random small stuff. Exactly. Like it's not even like the getting at this point, and it's not about spending or over consumerism, which is why I'm like, I'm just getting you like all the stuff that you would normally use up, but instead of getting it for you slowly when I go grocery shopping over the next 4 months, any of it that's not perishable, I'm getting now. So that there's just more things to unwrap. Thank you, Costco wrapping paper. In case you didn't know, their wrapping paper lasts forever. Candy and toiletries you put in stockings. Yeah, I'm varying it up because I mean, also like you see our stocking there, and there's also one technically behind my fake TV here. But our stockings are literally in the wall hanging on a little picture frame nail. So we can't quite put anything in them yet. I do have plans to solve this though. I was talking to my fireplace guy and he came up with the brilliant idea, which I don't know why it didn't occur to me. And he was like, why don't you just buy one of those fireplace surrounds? And I was like, you're a genius. I'm doing that. So we'll see whether or not I get it done in time for Christmas to actually hang the stockings over the fireplace. That's a problem for like tomorrow. Jay, yeah, wrap a bag of potato chips. Do it. Do it. It's just satisfying to unwrap things. It really is. No, I had a friend and like we would go over to her house like the week of Christmas and our kids would have what seemed like an obscene amount of presents. And she was like, no, it's just a weird family tradition. She's like, my parents would literally go shopping for us and buy everything we would need for the next year. Now, she grew up in Alaska, so the stores were far away. It made more sense there. But she was like, people would come over and be like, wow, your parents are getting you a lot of presents. She was like, it's clothes. It's literally socks, like 6 months worth of socks, which does remind me that my son needs a new pair of sneakers. So that will be one of the things for him as well. And I need a new pair of sneakers, so I need to add that to my list. But do it. Let me know how it works for you. Just like if I could just do flat out groceries, like here's your box of cereal. I might do that. A little snowman from Viviana. Jamie was saying, did a white elephant party this past weekend. 4 rounds, so everybody brought a few wrapped things, mostly stuff they already had, wanted to get rid of, so we had a pile of presents too. I want to do a white elephant like book party, right? Why don't you put a mantle between the TV and the fireplace? That's the long-term plan, is to put an actual mantle there. But I was like, in the meantime, so that I don't have to figure out drilling into that, fireplace surround will work really well. But I do plan on doing like a floating shelf is where what I would like to do. You've gotten old. Good socks are now fantastic. I know they really are. My son's really the only one who will only semi appreciate this, but he'll also be happy that he doesn't have to go shopping with me later. Your daughter-in-law gave you a Grinch from Build-A-Bear a few weeks ago. Oh, you really don't celebrate Christmas, but you do exchange gifts. That's so cute. So long as she wasn't trying to say something by getting you the Grinch. Anyway, it's time for our next sprint, so let's hop into that. I think I'm all caught up on my notes and whatnot, or pretty close, and then I'm going to go and sit by the fireplace, which I have to find the remote control so I can turn that on for us and get extra cozy. So that's going to be my next sprint. And there's a puddle under the tree. Oh, frozen. Yeah. I know. I was thinking that. Like, there is some shampoo over there. And I was like, how do I make sure this doesn't get tipped upside down? Because otherwise, it's going to be like, why is there masculine scent coming from the tree? Anyway, okay, here we go. Next sprint, 1 hour. I'll see you in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody's sprint? Mine, wow, eating my own hair. Mine went really well. I did get the rest of the presents all set up, at least the presents for now. Like there's still more things coming in, but this is mainly the stuff that I got like at the grocery store. So there's, well, I'm not going to say what there is because hubby's in the other room. But these are presents that I was able to buy locally. And a few favorite things. And then there's like things that I needed to order because we just don't have every store or whatever in town are on their way. But yay, the presents begin. And there's like two white things here, which aesthetically I'm not liking how that looks, but I'm enjoying the festivities, that's for sure. My husband was like, "You're having way too much fun with this." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am, for sure." All right, let's see how you guys did. Wrap the kitty treats and see if anyone can figure it out. The kitties probably will. Rewrapped presents for my dog every year. Like we didn't put it in wrapping paper, but we would get her like a new toy each year to replace something else. And like we would put it in a little like soft cloth bag that she could dig in and pull out because she enjoyed those types of things. If someone wrapped 3 or 4 bags of Oreos, see, right? Like sometimes I think we make it too hard. Like if you just wrapped some of my favorite things that I was going to buy anyway, and now I don't have to go shopping, which I personally don't like to do. Christmas. Best Christmas ever. One time, Neely picked out 12 books, wrapped each one, and labeled them for each month. Oh, that's so cute. One present on the 25th of each month for a year. Oh, I love that. Oh, yeah, you could do that for yourself because you'd forget. True. I could also do that for myself. I'd be like, what book was this? Hey, Ashley, how are you? Oh, no, you're having a Monday of Mondays? Oh, the most Monday of Mondays? Oh, well, I hope it gets better from this point going forward. And Jay was saying that that was a great idea. You'll add her favorite cookies to the pile. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and even if they like homemade cookies, you could do it close to Christmas and just put them in a tin or something. And Viviana wanted to know if I could host another reading sprint this week. I probably could. It probably wouldn't be the same hours, it would probably be shorter. But other than like running around like a chicken with my head cut off tomorrow and maybe Thursday, I will be home most of the rest of the week. I could probably do Friday during the day. Let me know if people would be interested. Because I've done some extra ones for my channel members, but I guess I haven't done an extra one for like my channel in a while. So yeah, let's do that. And think you will get Lucy a box of printer paper and ink. Yeah, that's nice. I loved getting gift cards for gas. When I was in college, I was like, yeah, gas and groceries. Those are good presents for 20-year-olds who are living on their own. Like, forget money. You're making me be responsible, and it's still okay. Neely said you could also get pens and pencils. Yeah. And Jay will have to wander the art store to see what little thing you can find for yours. Yeah. Just bought more paper. Darn. Well, maybe there's some art supply that she uses a lot. Because sometimes it's just the convenience of not having to go get it yourself. Nancy finished Slow Horses. Nice. Very good espionage novel. Okay. 60% in Christmas Hirelings, 12% in Snow Country. Awesome. Christina's still here and lurking. Excellent. Thanks for checking in. And hello again to everybody who's lurking in the background. Got to part 2 of Rebel Witch. Well, usually I turn this off so it doesn't get like too hot in here and cold in the rest of the house. So do that. Just for a moment. What was I reading? Oh, Rebel Witch and making small progress on Christmas cards. I don't think Christmas cards are going to happen this year. Maybe what I need to do for next year is I need to write out my general little message, type up a little bit of something each month and print that out and like pre-label all the cards like in January, so that come December, all I have to do is like print my little letter and send it. I need to do something like that. Sorry, I have to hide the tree while I'm talking because otherwise the camera's like, let's focus on the Christmas tree. Who cares about Nicole's face? I mean, really, maybe you don't. Dina is settling in to read the rest of the night. Yay! After dinner and cleaning up, you did make non-dairy mac and cheese, and that was a hit with the family. Nice. I should probably make that more. Like mac and cheese without the pain. Amelia's 80% into your book, so just might stay up and finish it, although you regret that in the morning. Yeah, true. Sue, no reading for you. You were trying to figure out what to do about getting groceries. Oh, like whether to go out and get them or just order them and get them tomorrow. Jamie got to 68% in your arc. Nice. Kelly made it to page 367 of 404. Ooh, close to being done. Oh, but you're not. Oh, that's true. Your sprints are coming up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna make it, Kelly. I don't think so. Sue's all about doing food for Christmas. Yeah, favorite things, right? You get more done on these days than normal. More sprints. Katrina is sitting down and scrolling on YouTube. Nice. You could sprint for a bit on Friday. Sounds good. Em's reading the Canterbury Tales, and it's something, not sure if you love it or bored to death. Oh no, don't say that. I think as long as you read a little at a time, it will be fun to get through. Okay, that's good to know. And the reason I say no, don't say that, Em, is because on the high school required reading challenge that Alex and I are doing, the Canterbury Tales is coming up very soon, like sometime towards the beginning of next year, I think. And we have a plan. We're not going to read all of it. We're doing a bridge, and think of all the presents with 12 books. Yeah, that would be so fun. Yes, please, that would be awesome. Yeah, that should be able to happen for sure. I'll put a post up for it. Amelia, you would save your reading with an extra sprint. You have so many books to finish. Truth, don't we all? Like my 10 before the end. And then everything else that I'm planning on. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Anne, is I could do it during the day and end it on 5. And then if people wanted more, I can direct them over to Alex's sprints. Because Alex from Freak Fiction, she does Friday night sprints every evening starting at 5 and usually going to like 9 or 10. So she didn't have them last Friday because Keaton was sick. And Jay on page 30. Oh my gosh, let me get it together, Jay. 36 pages left in your book. Maybe finish tonight, maybe tomorrow. Fair. Sue, your daughter was going to go because you don't drive at night. Oh, but now she doesn't think she will. Oh, I got you. Could you do delivery, or like, is it something you could wait for until tomorrow? Because like Ubering to the grocery store doesn't sound like fun. You have had Canterbury Tales your senior year, but you think you only read sections of it. Yeah, I feel like most people only read sections of it in school. Hey, Mickey, you're back. You finished work. Yay, for finishing at a reasonable hour. Just finished making kimchi ramen. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. And now doing some Christmas baking while listening to Little Women. Oh, that sounds so Celtic. I love that. Fun times. Good goods. Hello, Books and Breading with Fish. Now, I know that's not your first name. I am still on. I know you haven't been able to make them in a while. Oh, they have been going well. Thank you for asking. And yes, we're still on for a good another hour. Now, I did this last week where we went an hour and then we ended it exactly at 8:30. I'm thinking of doing 2 45-minute sprints because that would take us to 8:15 and then to 9 o'clock. So thank you for the compliment. The Christmas tree appreciates it. So I'm thinking what we'll do is, so that we have 2 sprints instead of 1 and then just a really long end, I'm going to do 2 shorter sprints. So for these last 2 sprints, they'll both be 45 minutes. And break in between them. So just ignore that timer for a second. I'm going to reset it. So here's the plan. 45 minutes on the clock. I'll see you. We'll have a short break. Then we'll do another 45 minutes, and then we'll be done. Let's get some reading done. I'll talk to you guys not in an hour, in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I am really enjoying this book, like a lot. And it just got to this point where I'm like, oh, what is happening? There's so many things happening. It's good. It's surpassing my expectations, even based on the plot of the book. So that went well. I also had dinner during that sprint, and we have one final one to go. I shortened our break. So let me get straight to the comments. Did I star the last comment? I didn't. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. I figured out where we are. Yes. Still on. You still love the Christmas tree, or you said you love the Christmas tree. Appreciate it. And then Sue was trying to work out groceries. No delivery. You'll have to do without it till tomorrow. Fair. Okay. Well, hopefully you didn't need anything like super important. Christina, I am. Yes. Yes, you did hear that. Yes, I'm going to do one later, probably on Friday. Honestly, I have a lot of stuff to get done this week as well, so I might do it more frequently than that from now until my son comes home, just to get the books read, get the things done. I like to run all my errands in one day. Are you guys like that? Like, I like to take a couple of days, do all the errands on those days, and then spend the other days at home doing other stuff. And usually the only thing that's slowing me down during the week is I need to make sure I get my filming done. So, but this week, yeah, Friday for sure. I've got it on my calendar. I'll do it. Yes, another sprint. You're welcome. Also, thank Viviana because she was the one who suggested it. And Dina's at 131 of 1228 of Tom's Crossing, but we'll read more after the kids go to bed. You're welcome. Have a good night to you. We still got one more to go if you want to hang out until the end, guys. Second book finished. Nice job, Amelia. You made it. Good night. Mickey made 2 trays of crackers and got through 2 chapters of Little Women. Nice. Time flies when you're having fun. It sure does. I mean, it was a shorter sprint too. And it's so funny, like how much shorter it will feel just by making it 15 minutes shorter. Nancy had dinner, got to 64% in Christmas Hirelings and 13% in Snow Country. Nice. You've made some good progress today. Teresa made it back in time for one last chat. Yeah, and there's still one more sprint to go. So you can have that. Ooh, lots of library books. Which one do you think you're going to start first? And hello, Mitzel. How are you? I'm happy you got to be a part of it too. We still have one more sprint to go. I made our last 2 sprints shorter so that we could fit in 2. So if you guys are up for it, I'm up for one more sprint. I want to see what's about to happen in my book because, yeah, things are happening. Things have been happening the whole time. For a long book, I'm like, ooh, Anne-Marie McDonald, if you can keep up this pacing this whole book, okay, good on you. And the thing is, I'm excited even with the non-super exciting and strange things happening. Just the basic premise of where the plot seems to be going and what some of the characters want to do next. That alone is interesting, and I'm hoping for the best and want it to all work out and all that jazz. So adding a little bit of extra something in is oh, okay, I'm here for it. So we'll see how that all goes. We've got 50 seconds left, and then we're going to go into our very last sprint, which will be another 45 minutes. I'm looking forward to it. I did do some rapping while you were gone. Yay! So now there's presents under the tree. Because I think I mentioned this last week, maybe, that while my son was very gracious and happy we had decorated for Christmas when he came home last Christmas, I could tell he was a little bit disappointed that we hadn't put the presents out yet. So I figure when he comes home this time, he'll come home and he'll see all sorts of presents. And I don't know about you guys, but I color coordinate our presents. So all the ones with Santa on them are for our son, and the white ones in this blue bag, the other white ones are hidden behind here, are for my husband. Dun, dun, dun. And then me. And then Mickey read The Arc of Thane and really needed to read the finished version. You found it secondhand for $2. Awesome. I hope I continue enjoying it too. It's really good. And that's cool that you got the arc. All right, this is our last sprint. Enjoy it much. See what you can get done. I'm gonna keep reading, and I'll talk to you guys in the last break.